something that. Like when we've heard about these charter schools and private schools that popped up, when I think about saying that, like the inclusivity conversation, when we've seen
For
schools
example,
that have been so
right?
successful.
Let's say
Trying to categorize children, I just don't know if there's a way in
So they want to have that as their direct source of funding.
That's a part that.
They're providing contract.
Who is it? And who do they serve? What do they specialize in?
Tracy.
Okay,
Right.
so.
It's working now.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, we have 15
Yeah.
people watching.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then we also have this
Working. Okay.
Okay.
So
Could then
then,
what is the public?
whether it be charter or private, I just feel like that
Yeah.
Right?
is such an
Public schools,
avenue
while they do
for
have the resources.
positive things that
Yeah.
The access.
I don't know where the line
can maybe
be
but then
drawn if
also
you don't.
over here.
One
So what's
thing
kind of supplanting this
on the accountability side.
Yeah.
and what does that look like for equity piece?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. School is catering to autistic kids, or kids with. You may want some sort of. Standardized testing. Because they're figuring the special.
Yeah.
They need standards.
That's true.
Consider.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about that too, from an open immersion school, how do we, the language barrier, then the testing.
But I know my kids.
Yeah, and I don't think that it would be that should. Both of them, like specifically for students with special needs. If it was a choice.
Okay.
We're going to, we're going to run to is discrimination issues. This is. You're gonna be sent. They would be. The base financial need. Reading. So, I don't. It's not an attorney.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we're not doing.
How can we help incentivize those to choose to operate here?
But I think.
What do you get into?
We're taking.
Yeah.
I mean, like.
You actually- right?
Two kids when you bring them. Came in.
And which may actually be in.
I think.
Overwhelmed, yeah, I think that, and if you can then have highly specialized people, you know, who can work solely automatically with the students that to overcome those barriers. And have someone who's very specialized in that, and we're not spreading it, so.
You're training.
I just think that's a way to talk about
I guess maybe.
exclusionary factors, like, well, let's try to reframe it. There's actually sometimes a way to reach down to the other side of it and help provide more opportunities for the students.
Need the kid.
And if it's a specialized school, it's
Like a.
Yes.
So,
I mean, with.
That I'm very special to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess. It just, I think it'd be nice to see changeable that does have.
I think on our end, we have the.
Okay. You can include that. The admissions process, I think that we talked pretty heavily about that. That they can, right? So charter schools can't have selective, and then we talked about, that there's language things in there as well for our private schools that we can build into legislation with, where like tests, academic testing can't be required. How do we go about that? So I think that one is, that was highlighted a few times, so as we dig through legislation. we Try to see what,
choices.
and none have, any in the state right now that have testing and requirements.
Some schools, I mean, it's optional.
I was
Yeah, I
just gonna say, so Light of Christ does, they
Yeah.
provide the ACT,
Yeah.
and I do believe in student.
No, sorry, I mean like for a student to be accepted, like there's no academic, in the state that,
No.
because in Texas, our kids have to go get screened for 2 whole days.
I started to get.
No, it's not. So have you heard of any of the states that do like screening for just that? So I think we could have that in the legislation that they can have academic screening as like a,
As a precursor to registration. Right?
yeah. Yep.
They're gonna have a visual injection. Yeah. Good question.
Yeah.
In line.
Yeah.
That's.
But then I also see the. Yeah, they may be.
Those are two very different things.
Yeah.
I think
That might be
this,
a little harder.
this will be more
That.
Well, on the other hand, some.
just about the birds.
About this.
Yeah.
Considering was video capture, do we,
With testing,
do we say that there has to be, they have to meet that?
we can't. I don't know how we can. Or you can say you have to try.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we can say, sure, you have to, but we can't have a policy then that you enforce with one group and not the other.
So, they are, and those virtual schools
Yeah.
are now.
Yeah.
Because they're now enrolled in traditional. They're
Yes, identified, sure. Yeah, but then what
well,
penalty is there?
so the penalties that they.
I
They don't
think
use the SICs.
the underlying too.
Provide a plan, and then they continue to be on the list for 4 years, and they come be first. See,
Yeah, I would say that.
Sure. So, I mean, even like, they're in person. Shuttle buses do because there are people that are like falling behind.
Oh,
the
yeah.
5%, but
They can.
So it's like, I think your CSI list would be ginormous if you took every school that was a 95%.
Yes.
So I just think to enforce that has to be.
I didn't either, yeah.
It's pretty, it's to make sure we're not tipping it one side or the other. And I wouldn't have said that until this data came out the other day. The data and whatever Stan's answering the question and like, oh, we're trying to get them to do like without like that. When people ask for.
So I think that it's.
No, that's, so I don't know how you pull fund.
What I'm saying is,
Okay.
I don't,
And I'd be okay with
what
that.
I think it's better.
I don't
I
hear.
get you could not do this.
The total
Yeah.
pushback.
But I think there's an opportunity
Yeah.
here to
If it's a direct.
be good stewards of their standards.
Yeah.
But I think that we have to be careful that what tools and support and given such action to the department.
You're not there.
And then it needs to be both.
Yeah.
And
Correct.
the only reason that
We need to talk about funding.
that's definitely not in your purview.
Well, you can, right? What's on the TFI list? You can also fund.
So we have to wait until they are.
3 years.
Yeah.
Or 3 years.
It's like 4 years or 3 years.
3 years, the day after
And
3
then in
years,
the
yeah.
4th year.
Yeah.
So then we can't pull the plan because. Tell them how. So they're still doing the labor data.
Has more control.
So you could actually. Participation and you're not in this stage of participation. You
Yeah.
have the sliding scale. Production based on.
That's a great idea. And then I think if we do the 3-year growth for school, maybe we say like,
Yeah.
hey, you're on this warning track almost, and like, if by 3 years you don't hit that 95%, we can't put you on PSI, we can put you off the marketplace.
Right.
You know, I mean, I think.
Right. So I agree. The Tuesday.
So basically.
Enlightening, but I don't think the response to that is like, okay.
No, and I know that, they just don't want to make it so strict on one and then like not work to.
I would.
Yeah.
They did like.
Like one of the.
Our students got there, but it really isn't, they made it.
Yeah.
The factor of funding.
Because that is. You gotta do that.
So then.
You gotta do that, but that's a.
Let me ask you this, when we talk about accountability, I've gone through other state legislation quite a bit, and a lot of them,
We're not even holding.
some do the state assessment, instead some do a state assessment or a nationally norm recognized assessment. Do you feel like that would be sufficient if there is a school that, you know, about this? Thoughts? Like,
Yes, during Tuesday. So there's this movement about the early 1990s through the 90s and into the 2000s, or you move from criterion reference, or you move from norm reference to criterion reference, nationally recognized or not against our state standards. That's criterion, it's nationally recognized. And then we better.
Yeah.
We have about 15 minutes left before we'll come back together.
So, no, it
Okay.
would be.
Because speaking of Scott, yeah, they say, looking at states that did, like Louisiana was the example where they, the county school system was the one that said like right away, absolutely, we'll take the state assessment. So then they wrote it into the legislation, and then there are a lot of other schools that decided not to participate in the program because of that. And so and I think North Dakota is different, right?
If they're getting down, they have to.
Yeah.
But then, because you would also then, let's be after them. You overly, because then you go. Public school saying, we look great on NWA.
That's true.
We look great.
Yeah.
The stories.
How many states have the option of? Taking the states, like, do they have a list of other ones they could, or do most states pick just one?
So North Dakota, North Dakota is the only state that exercise the option to have these standardized but national recognized high school investment. So that when it's as the every student succeeds replaced NCLB in 2015, there was that option in the congressional federal law. North Dakota was the only one that years. The school could choose to take the North Dakota State Assessment at 10th grade or the ACT. Now that we've moved to the NDA plus, we have eliminated the ACT option. So it just, it was enough for us to do, to prove to the feds that.
Yeah.
And
I think we're starting with the national crisis. What is the ACT right now?
so that's no longer an option for us. Beginning this. So, and great after questions, you know, other.
Yeah. Most just have a state assessment. I think that would be good. Right, again,
I think that's where the
pick from these
big
three.
and then the.
Last 6 weeks.
You're wrong with me.
Oh, I'm gonna go today.
Oh, yeah.
How do they decide to do it?
That's it.
And they're gonna follow the old.
Oh,
Well, that's what happened. He just said, we're gonna drop his cuts off.
okay.
And in Idaho, the superintendent. They just entered the expectation is. And I, you know. It was a change.
So now let's take it one step. The accountability measure could be the state assessment. Now let's say a school takes it, they meet their 95%. But yeah, they fall, not great. What is choice?
Then
Do they get the three, like what?
then they've been, again, I would
Yeah.
say review, then the.
And what do we say is not great? How do, you know what I mean? What would we say, hey, this school needs to be highlighted in the review? Yeah, there is really nothing.
No.
So,
Yeah. Could. Because right now. Members of the overriding board could. And determine if they have been public schools. You have to. I'll give them the same. Ideas to get better.
yeah,
Absolutely they are, but it's not like, you know,
Consistent, like, have that in school.
You know.
Then the board takes.
and that's for private schools. Let's talk about charter schools. Charter schools are public schools. They're maybe put on TSI the same. Do you see any? Okay. They don't, yep. School board. So we have to adjust maybe those, their private board would go to that training that we would require the school board.
Yeah, because they're a public. I mean,
Yeah.
they're public.
So we just have small tweaks on some of those. It's really cool new program called. Where our
The people.
get the program and aid and. No.
So it is.
Uh-huh. Nothing. But okay, but that. Match it with a 3-year tract or
Kids go there.
TSI.
That's what-
If you don't meet these standards, then you get pulled off the market. Is it this?
I think as long as it's. High school. I have to.
Okay, sounds good.
I see that the boards.
I
know.
In North Dakota, was saying that, hey, they'll also be doing the same training as the school board.
Came out.
And the local school boards.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that makes sense.
It does
Makes
make
sense.
We build it like that.
Well, right now, we're gonna come back together and whole group, make sure that the first quarter is ready to share.
Yeah. Then I think that. Student practices and some like potential.
It's okay, just guiding, everybody's guiding.
I have a feeling that was going to happen, so yeah.
That is good. Absolutely. Very understanding.
I have a feeling that's gonna happen. It's okay.
In admissions process.
Yeah.
The slides?
Making sure.
I think you have them. Click on digital. Okay.
Oh, yeah, well, we can send it out.
And the reduction.
Oh, I see what you're.
I can probably email about you want to share.
It's up to you, or can we do it together?
Yeah, let's do it together.
Yeah, we can talk about.
You might have
We
to
can
do
take
it
a
because
seat.
it's
You want to
a-
manage over me for that one reduction first?
Yeah,
Yeah.
during the break, it's not, you know.
Yes.
And then I'll tackle the athletic.
All right. Which, no, you're totally fine. Which group would like to share first?
I can certainly go.
Thanks, Maria. I'll start. So our group, this is Marina for the record. So our group talked about a lot of things. We didn't necessarily follow the structure of the questions. And then I'm gonna also ask my team here to fill in because we had some great conversation. We started with homeschool and discussion around, potential policy changes needed around homeschool structure. Especially, in conversations related to ESAs. Consistency, across the state curriculum standards, there's my child, there's really no time for public schools to be able to follow up on that. I mean, they're already taxed with their time. So, and then assessments were a conversation. And so I think we are wondering more about the homeschool environment, also understanding that I shouldn't say they, but we have heard that they don't necessarily want to be governed, or have really direct state connections. So I think that there's bigger questions we needed to have answered regarding the homeschool population. And for just everyone's awareness, right now, for ages 7 through 16, there are 5,602 children in the homeschool system, not counting 6 and below, and then 17, 18-year-olds. We talked a little bit about microschools. And so that would also potentially relate to homeschool policy and what's allowable in North Dakota state law. There's a huge need. So Dr. Steiner talked about, students that are potentially leaving like youth correctional or juvenile kids and have had great success. So what's the allowability of micro schools, and then how does that fit in with not only the choice model, but I think also the funding stream? Talked about accountability, which then Dr. Science. But, I think that it sounds like there was a strong theme regarding accountability, concerns about accountability to the non-public side. And then I posed the question, okay, how are we doing with accountability? And I'm going to put accountability in quotes, and some don't like that term, to our public system. So I think that it's a little, shouldn't say unfair, but I think we need to be a little careful that we're not being overly critical of this side when we're maybe not doing right by the public system either. So I think there needs to be a greater conversation regarding accountability and expectations for our public system as well. We didn't dive super deep into special education, but we know that that's a big concern. I don't think that what I'm hearing is that there is a opposition to that. They just, I think, don't know how to staff that up, right? And so that then also requires funding and support. So I think that there's potentially a path forward, but it's trying to figure out if it's through the ESA model, what does that flow through look like with the non-public side? And is it services only, right? And so the whole conversation of supplant versus supplement. What are we wanting the ESA to accomplish? And then that's how we need to start to have that guide the conversation to change. I'll let my team add in here too in just a second. Then we talked about transportation and just access. We know we can't have, again, this isn't necessarily about bricks and mortar and a school plant necessarily. This is really about, again, those educational opportunities that help to support students where they're at and help them to fill in those gaps and start to show some growth. But transportation, could be a barrier. And so how creative can we be? How open are we going to be to some of those services within the state, but also externally, right? So I'm a Grand Forks Public School student, but there's a service over right across the border. How wide are we going to allow the service provider network to operate, and what are we comfortable with, especially when it's state dollars? And then we just talked a little bit about border states and licensure, and especially trying to get right partner with people around us so that we're all, begging for workforce. What did I miss?
I would say just a couple things. When we talked about the second part, that was a little bit about discussion of admission into some of our private schools. And so there's two parts I think that are important. It's what if you tried to meet the needs of the kid and you couldn't, so you allow them in, but you couldn't? Or what if you just said we can't meet the needs, so we don't allow those? That's the part that we have to consider and think about in this, because the admission part was in there and brought up. And then the other part too is, I think there is a difference between school choice and choice in a school. I'll say that again. I think there is a difference between school choice and choice in a school. I think we have lots of great choices in our schools, lots of great innovations. I think CTE clients are a choice. The conversation we've been having on this group has been about school choice. And so like one of the recommendations I would have is, we did these listening sessions, but there's lots of terms and there were things that I thought I knew and I had no idea about. I think we have to educate people because there were things, like I said, I thought I was knowledgeable, I had no idea those things were. So I think it's school choice and choices in school. And do we want both? Do we want more? We want to introduce one? That's another thing I think we have to think through.
Go ahead.
Joy Nicole's gonna start.
Okay, Joy Nicole Smith, Minot Air Force Base. And so in our group, in our meeting, some of similar themes to the other group also came up, and accountability was one of those areas, especially for our non-public side, and what are the measures and how do we ensure that those entities, whether the private schools or also charter schools, are in alignment with what being accountable. And so that was a theme that was discussed. Another theme that was discussed, or what we discussed, was inclusivity and ensuring equitable education for students that are exercising choice in some shape or form was discussed. And then in addition, there was one concern that was mentioned that we noticed inside of the presentation here, which was the reduction in resources, especially for our public schools across North Dakota. And so that goes in point to what was just discussed on, there are a lot of terms that are not understood across the board when it comes to choice. And how do we also educate the populace overall on what those terms mean to ensure that there's clarity and also consistency in our actions in the legislation and also what happens on the ground. Homeschool, we also number 5,602 students inside of North Dakota. And for the most part, when interacting with the homeschool community, okay, what is that accountability measure to for them? Because for the most part, when it comes to testing and specific guidelines that may be state mandated per se, that looks very, that may not be something that is acceptable inside of the community or something that is something that they would like per se in that community. So those were some of the things discussed. I'm sure there's more to add to it, and I'm sure Senator Axman will jump in to share.
We'll tag team it.
Yes.
Thank you, Joy Nicole. So when we talked about the reduction in resources concerns, I think a lot of that was just making sure we build a program or a platform that if enacted doesn't do that, right? It stays very separate from the funding formula, the conversation on weighted units, on transportation, on the formula, on construction, stays tied to that mechanism. And then this is really, like you said, Maria, how do you fill in the gaps to provide supplemental services for all students to meet the needs of those individual students? So let's not at all mess with the resources tied to weighted factors. Tied, if we're gonna, figure out transportation, let's figure it out on that side. And then let's use this to fill in the gaps to make it about students. So I think that's, we said, like, that concern is valid, and how do we address it? And I think just making sure that we keep it very separate from school funding. One thing I thought was so interesting, in Maria and Levi, you may have to help me here, was the, I guess, concern of, is this gonna prioritize athletics over academics? And we talked about that in our last meeting, because we were like, well, let's find a way. And I think it was, the Levi brought it up, and then I think it was you, Maria, that came up with a way that you could maybe word it so that the charter school authorizing board would have that, where they have to be mission-driven focused through academics. And so I think it was very interesting that that was a concern, and that was a concern of ours too. And so we'll have to maybe see if we can remind ourselves how, and that if this does become a program, that then the authorizing agent has language that allows them to say, yes, this charter meets the requirements of being mission-focused for academics and not athletics. So I actually thought that was interesting, that was a concern. And then we also did talk about the scale of accountability, like Joy Nicole said, of we want consistency, and when you need consistency, and it's gonna have to be on private and public together. But also realizing that they're different. And so if we talk about, if we meet percentages of state assessment or we don't on one side or the other, what can those, how do you, okay, so you hold them accountable to state assessment, but then where do we go next? So is it tied to funding? Is it tied to TSI, CSI lists, which then we don't have on the private side? So how do you build a similar program that gets people on the on-ramp to being accountable and held accountable? And so I think we know accountability is key, but now how do we then make it equal when two things are equal? So I think that as you dig through legislation this afternoon from other states, I think if you see anything that would help us form that and figure that out, I'd be very intrigued to hear what other states have done. And then the last thing that our group spent some time on, when we talked about inclusivity and students with special needs, is even using a new case study from North Dakota that, thank you, Shane, because I was very unaware of this, and now I'm very intrigued. And I think Tracy, you might know about it. I don't know if any else, the Full Circle Academy out of Fargo is new and is approved by DPI to operate, but so impressed with their public-private partnerships. So they are a private school operating to serve students with special needs such as autism, Down syndrome, learning deficits, but they also then partner with a lot of local districts to help contract their experts to serve the public school students in nearby districts. And, I think that's a great case study, because when I think about, we talk about how some private schools don't have the resources to support special needs, but how can we build the legislation where we find ways to build upon positive partnerships like that and have that occur across the state, where we have more access rather than less access for those students who need individualized learning routes. So that we spoke about that, and as we now hear the concerns of inclusivity, let's find a way to take it one step further and say we can improve learning outcomes for these students who have special needs. But then it brings up a whole nother, question on, now we should factor into the accountability factor, where if we're going to require the state assessment, we also want to make sure we're taking care of these students, where that the traditional state assessment might not be the right accountability piece for all of these students with different learning needs. And so then how do we, have the right amount of an off-ramp to allow them to still be held accountable, but is there another mechanism where we can keep them accountable rather than the state assessment for certain learning groups? So that was a lot. But I think pretty similar theme. And so you want to segue on, or I can as well?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Mary.
And then I'm sure Levi probably has some comments, but I think to that point, you know, we talked briefly about this, but I think what's our intent? Is our intent to make parents happier? Or is our intent to support students with the needs that they have in order to find greater success? And I think those are two very different things and drive two very different pieces of legislation. And so I think staying really focused, if our goal is students, then I think we really have to have that as the core of the conversation versus, again, I understand parents want choice, but again, I think how choice is defined, right? I think what they really want is what's best for their child.
Yes.
And so I think keeping that focused is important.
I think as parents, you and I, Maria, would agree that when your student is successful in learning better, you're happy. So, and I think that's why we changed the name of the task force to away from school choice and towards educational opportunities, because yep, I think we made it clear earlier that our objective is the students and providing the opportunities for the students. In turn, I hope we make North Dakota families very happy because their students are thriving. But I think we all agree that our focus is students.
Thank you. I'm just gonna pipe in because it's been a while since I talked on a microphone. Dr. Steiner and Maria kind of hit what I keep thinking is that if the difference between choice and choices, and we're looking at choices, giving more opportunities or providing more opportunities to education, then we're looking at choices, not choice. And sometimes, you know, when you think about the whole litany of all of the things that are available in the state that people can opt into, opt out of, consortiums that districts belong to, special ed units, CTEs, all of those things that youth districts belong to. If a parent makes a choice and chooses to go to, say, this school, they may actually be limiting the choices that their student has. Now, this facility or this school may not belong to all of these different consortiums, all these, have these different options that are available. So to, you know, it's the question, what are we looking at choice or we're looking at choices? And I think Maria's exactly right. They're two totally different legislative pieces. And yeah, I just hope we can sort through that.
Do you feel like when we look at the growth of these marketplace models, that fits under the definition of choices rather than choice? Like, do you feel like that meets that target?
Senator Axton, I think what I heard Representative Richter, and I'll just give the example and he can allude to it, but for example, if a student chooses to go to a non-public school, they might not have access to the CT programs, or they might not have access, right, to, you know, text to speech was just brought up, right? Like things that are just kind of ingrained in some of the public opportunities. And so I think talking about choice versus choices, right? And again, that's the choice that they're going to this side of it. But then I think that's thinking about what are the guardrails around the marketplace and what does that look like in order to ensure that choice ready, right? Workplace learning, resources to support apprenticeships or whatever it is, that it's not actually a limiting factor.
And to go along with that, if we look at the model of choices and make that more readily available, there might be some private schools that could expand their choices, like CTE offerings or certain programs that they can become part of. They're not necessarily being able to join now because of being a private school or I'll use the term non-public. So if they're on non-public, they've been learning me over here, so. So if a non-public, school might have access to more choices for their students. So I never know how to finish the statement, so.
Levi, I know you're participating virtually. Is there anything you want to share or add on to that you've heard?
Yeah, if Julia, my internet's a little spotty, so if you wouldn't mind, I could do a quick screen share just in case any of the thoughts are broken up. I just jotted down a couple notes. I don't know that I have anything that's particularly new to the conversation, other than I know one of the directives was to think about, new learnings. And credit to the HUD Institute. I think just about everything on here we've discussed or at least have been exposed to in one fashion or another. But I was really struck by the comment about student safety, which I think we're, blessed in North Dakota to have both, safe schools and just a community that really cares about one another. So I think that that's great. But it's just a constant reminder, even in these conversations, that we need to not forget about our first most fundamental job, which is keeping kids safe. And then I don't know that I have a whole lot to add. Number one, we talked about, Superintendent Baszler and I, had a nice back and forth at the last meeting, just really about how do we ensure that all kids have one good choice before, many have two. Senator Axman, I think you hit the nail on the head with what I was trying to capture here, looking at the slides about inclusive engagement for students. And while we don't want to roll this into the funding formula, I totally agree. Do we mirror or reference other parts of Century Code? Because I do think it is completely and totally valid to point out that there are some real barriers if non-publics are going to support public schools with the subgroups that we're struggling most with, English learners, students on IEPs. Public schools are struggling often and receive additional resources for those students. So I think it would be unfair for us to say, regardless of, how some of these tier structures may end up sort of coming to fruition, to say that that would necessarily be enough. So looking at other areas of statute where we can try to create incentives, to create more of the schools that Senator Axman was just talking about. I don't know much about them, but I would certainly like to learn more about sort of what their model is. And then number three is more or less just re-saying what, Maria shared and the sort of comments about the sports academies, choice for satisfaction or, student outcomes. Some parents may be more satisfied if they're able to send their student to a hockey academy. But if we're thinking about trade-offs and, draining resources from public schools, when we try to think about this at a systems level, is that good for both the system that serves all students as well as each individual student? And sometimes I think that will be a forced choice when we think about this from a policy standpoint.
Thank you. Anything else, any questions or themes y'all want to elevate before we head into a break? Nope. Thanks. Awesome. Okay. Well, we will get started back here at 10:45. So we've got about 20 minutes. And next we will hear from Scott Jensen, who will share a little bit more about educational opportunities in other states. So we'll be all back here in 20. Okay. Yeah, okay, welcome back from break, everybody. We are now going to move into a presentation from Scott Jensen. Joel's gonna display his slides up here on the screen. Scott is with the American Federation for Children. Thank you so much for joining us virtually today, Scott. Take it away and we will advance your slides as needed.
Great. Thank you very much. Can everybody hear?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm Scott Jensen. I'm with the American Federation for Children, which is the nation's largest school choice group. And I'm a senior advisor there, trying to help legislators around the country to craft effective school choice programs. Back when I was practically a kid, some 30 years ago, I was the chief of staff to Governor Tommy Thompson when the first modern private school choice program was created here in Wisconsin. After that, I went on to serve for 14 years in the Wisconsin legislature, including 3 terms as speaker. And now, as I said, I work with legislators around the country to make sure they can experiment like we did, that they can learn from the mistakes that we made, and that they won't collect the scars that we did as we were trying these new programs all over. Like I said, I work with legislators around the country to make sure that experiment like we did, that they can learn from the mistakes that we made, and that they won't collect the scars that we did as we were trying these new programs all over. I work with legislators around the country to make sure that experiment like we did, that they can learn from the mistakes that we. So I'm hearing myself back with a delay.
No, we're good now. Yeah.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you. So if we go to the second slide here, you can see that as we gather here today, that there are 31 states in the country that have private school choice programs, plus Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico. Those states cover every region of the country. Some of them are run by Democrats, some are run by Republicans. Many of them are split between the two. But there are 31 states that have these types of programs. If we go to the next slide, we'll see that originally the initial programs were all voucher programs. And those voucher programs, the state money that would have been sent to the public school instead followed the child to the private school of their choice. The state sent a check to that private school to pay for the child's education. In some states, that doesn't fit with the state constitution, so they used a different method, a tax credit scholarship method, in which individuals or corporations contribute to scholarship funds. Then they get a tax credit of up to 100% of what they contributed. And essentially, that is a way to indirectly provide children with the resources needed to go to that private school. That was the model that was used for 25 years. And then more recently, states have started to use education savings accounts. And education savings accounts are different in that they allow parents to direct the funds that would have been spent on their child's behalf at a public school to go out and purchase the education that they would like from a variety of education providers. They might want their child to go to St. Mary's because it's safe, or because they like the values-based education, but St. Mary's doesn't have physics or Mandarin or computer science classes. And so the parents can pay for tuition for the child to go to that school, but then also purchase other classes that they'd like their child to have. Or if their child has fallen behind, they can purchase tutoring services so that so the child can get caught up. 5 years ago, there were only 4 of these education savings account programs in the country. Today, there are 2. And in fact, last year, I think almost 80% of the bills in the country for private choice were working off of this new model. It's sort of school choice 2.0. And so most states now have been moving to using the education savings account model. There's 3 states that have gone to a refundable tax credit model, but most states are looking at education savings accounts. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that there are 18 states in America who now have moved to an education savings account model. And it is, as I said, sort of the preferred model that states are looking at now to give children additional educational options. The other big trend that we're seeing, which is on the next slide, shows that a lot of states are now saying, rather than having these programs limited to particular student populations, we're going to make every student in the state eligible for this new educational option. They're essentially making the statement that, you know, the public is investing in every child's future in that state, regardless of which model the parent chooses for their child's education. They're now funding students rather than funding systems. So let's see how, if we go to the next slide, you'll see that the growth in these private school choice programs around the country was pretty slow for much of the last couple of decades. Even in a good year, it was 25 or 50,000 more students than the year before. But then coming out of the pandemic, a number of legislatures greatly expanded educational options because a lot of parents are frustrated with their present option that was available to them. Those programs began to kick in, and last year, the number of students in private school choice programs jumped by 300,000. And we think that that number will be similar next year. There'll be another 250 to 300,000 students around the country who will be in private school choice programs. So we have gone from this slow sort of steady growth to much larger growth curve here. If we go to the next slide, we can talk, it shows you that not only has the number of students gone up, but the public funds being invested in these additional educational options has dramatically increased. So there's two reasons for that. One is there's more kids going, and the other is many states who have private school choice programs went back after the pandemic and increased the amount of money that was available for each student. So even in my home state of Wisconsin, which still has the original voucher program that we passed 34 years ago, the Democratic governor and a Republican legislature agreed to have the largest increase ever in the history of the state in how much money was available per student. So a lot more money is being invested in making sure that students around the country can get the education that fits their needs best. If we go to the next slide, to give you some guidance as you're trying to figure out how to design an education savings account program. And there's 5 questions I think are key here in policy design. There's a lot of others, but these 5 I think we can talk about quickly today before we go to questions. So if we go to the next slide, the first question is really who's going to be eligible in the program. And some of the older programs focused on special needs students or particular groups of students. But as I said, lately states have moved towards universal programs. You can see here that there are 10 of the 22 programs here that are universal, meaning all students in the state are eligible for it. In 4 states, they've chosen to slowly, over 3 years, move to a universal population of students. In 6 of the states, they're working based upon a means test. So only students who are below a particular income level are eligible. And in 6 other states, the programs are really designed for special education students. Though if you'll note, some of those states also have very large general education private school choice programs like Florida, Indiana, North Carolina. So this is just the way they've chosen to structure the special education programs. On the next slide, the next question really is, how much should the ESA amount be? These are 5 of the largest programs in the country. In those states, they've chosen essentially to work off of how much money would the state have invested in this child's education and make that same amount or similar amount available to parents in an education savings account. Even if they are providing 100% of what the state would have provided to those students, there are still property tax revenues and some federal revenues that are available still at the public school that the child previously attended. One mistake that people make here is that they sometimes look at the tuition levels around the state and set the amount based upon private school tuition rather than based upon the amount of money the state is investing in the child's future. If you do that, there's two problems that occur. One is you've reduced the use that a parent can have of their ESA. They will have enough perhaps to pay the tuition of private school, but then they can't get tutoring, or they can't go take a class at the university or buy a physics class from the local high school. There's sort of, that's all they got is money available for private school tuition. The other problem is that most private schools, in particular religious private schools, set their tuition amount below their cost. In fact, I'm Catholic, and the old Catholic model was that half the money would come from the parish and half the money would come from the parents. Well, if you're providing schools, if parents only can provide the school with the tuition amount, then the schools are going to just fill the existing empty seats they have in classrooms. No one's going to build a new school and lose money on every student. No one's going to create additional classrooms. So if you want to have a dynamic marketplace where there are new entrants, and you want successful schools to be adding seats beyond the empty seats that they might have in a classroom right now, the amount should be based upon some sort of mirroring of the state share. Now, these are the 5 of the largest programs in the country. I would say that I think the states with the 2 lowest amounts are New Hampshire and West Virginia, and both those states are about $5,000 this year. And that's because in those states, they are providing with 100% of the state share, but the state provides a minority share of the funds available for a child's education at a public school. Those 2 states are mostly funded by property tax revenues at the local level. So that's why the number is a little bit lower than it is in other states. Let's go to the next slide. And I think you can see this is the range of things that parents can buy with an ESA, which is why, again, shouldn't just focus on tuition and fees. Parents can pay for tuition and fees to go to a private school or to learn online and buy classes online, or to go to take classes at a university, either a technical college or a traditional higher education institution. They can use it for textbooks, tutoring, curriculum, tests, computer hardware. Transportation is included in many states. And that's kind of important, particularly in rural states, because transportation can be a hurdle for parents trying to get their kid into classes or get educational options some distance from their home. Let's go to the next slide. And this is a key concern here that people have about these programs is, wait a minute, we're going to put money into an account and the parents can just take it and use it for well, first of all, the parents actually never really put their hands on the money. The money is put into an account, and the parent then directs the funding from that account. They don't actually get access to the money. So what happens is the state puts the money in an account, the parent goes online, and there's a list of approved expenditures. Money can go to St. Mary's, or they can buy this textbook from Amazon, or they can pay for a laptop computer that'd be used for their students' education. Those things are all on a list of eligible expenses from the state. The state is either doing it themselves, paying for those items themselves once a parent has directed, I'd like to purchase that, or they have contracted with a financial technology company that does that for them. And it's just kind of like going online and ordering something from Amazon or any of those types of online services where you've got this amount in the upper left-hand corner of funds that are available. You can't access them, but the money goes to the provider who then gives you the service that you have asked for. In some states, because that's a big, long, exhaustive list that states have had to come up with of approved things that you can spend your money on. So in some states, they do allow parents to go out and use their own personal funds to buy something that's not on the list and then seek reimbursement from the state. And then the ESA administrator makes the decision about whether or not that expense fits with an educational purpose. So let's say they found a textbook at a used bookstore that on astronomy, that's the one they want to use for their kid, wasn't on the list of things that you could get. The parent would now get reimbursed for that. But again, they have to take a risk there and put their own money in. And then last of all, we really recommend, and almost all these programs have, random audits, not only at the state level, but also of individual accounts of parents to make sure the money is getting spent for appropriate eligible expenses. And if not, there's a system by which they can recover those funds from the parents. And of course, then parents are not allowed to continue in the program if there's been any egregious purchases of things that are not eligible. But in general, the system, the financial technology system, prevents people from buying anything that hasn't been an approved or is going to be approved expenditure. The other question we hear a lot from people is, what about academic accountability? We recommend that states say that students participating in these programs take either the state test or a nationally norm referenced exam in the same subjects and same grades as public school students are taking. It's important that the word "or" is there, though, that you can take either the state test or a nationally norm referenced exam. If you just say the state test, there are a lot of parents and some schools, actually a fair number of schools, who would choose not to participate in the program. We saw this happen in Louisiana, where about a third of the schools in the state said, no, thanks. We like the test we're taking. We're taking the Iowa Basics or the Stanford 10 or the Terra Nova, and we built our curriculum around it. We're not going to change all of that to accommodate 3 or 4 students who would like to participate in this program. So if you want to maximize the number of options available for kids and the number of schools participating while maintaining academic accountability, we recommend you say the state test or a nationally norm referenced exam. They can be compared to each other. We would suggest you consider having an independent evaluator review and report the test results, the learning gains. It's not just a matter of how a student, what their score was, but how did they do compared to last year, and graduation rates. We recommend that begins and publicly reports after the 3rd year. There are a lot of students who, when they switch schools, in fact, it's almost always the case when a student switches a school, they initially fall back. There's a new school, new culture, new expectations, new friends, new teachers. A lot of kids fall back in the 1st year, and then they find their way and move forward. And most of the research around the country shows by the 3rd year, they're actually doing better than they were at their previous school. And the last thing I would say in this section is that you should offer a parental satisfaction survey each year. Parents are often the first to notice the changes in their child. And long before it shows up in test scores, is the child happier? Are they more enthusiastic about school? Are they doing better in school? Parents are be among the first people to notice that. And that's sort of an early indicator that we recommend the state be doing. I heard earlier that there was some concern about safety. We also have a set of recommendations for people in the model legislation about what we call administrative accountability, which is really health and safety issues. We all agree that we want students to be safe in whatever educational environment they choose, and we have a list of recommendations there for that. I think this is a good time for me to take a break, though, and take questions from folks, because I know you've been at this for a while and you've raised a lot of good questions, and perhaps I can give you some information from around the country about how other states have dealt with those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen, I have a question relating to your slide on how much should the ESA amount be. We look at the percentage of state share.
Mm-hmm.
So in North Dakota, because we have areas of the state that have high fossil fuel energy production, we have, wind production, we have hydro production. Those, so we have in lieu of property taxes that go into part of our funding formula. So as a result, we have schools that their state funding can be $2,000, $4,000, $6,000, $8,000. So are there other states that have that same kind of situation? And if they do, how would you determine what the state, I mean, what this percentage should be if throughout the state, that state share is different depending upon where you're at in the state?
So we recommend you not use the state share of your local district, but rather the state average, so the statewide average. It's fairly common what you described there, and I realize I've been in North Dakota. I realize that how your funding system is a little bit different, but in many states they have very progressive, like my home state of Wisconsin, very progressive school aid formulas that have wildly different numbers that they are providing to an individual school district. I live in a relatively well-off area. The state pays like $1,400 a student, but 10 miles over is Milwaukee, where the state is providing $15,000 per student. So you would have kids getting completely different amounts around there. So we really recommend, and it's also easier to implement for the state, to just use the state average investment in public education. So what is the state average per pupil?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is Maria. Can you talk a little bit more about again, I understand, ESA is the state or whoever ends up being kind of the governing authority for what makes it into the marketplace, right? Because everything doesn't just get on there. Can you talk a little bit more about the transportation piece and how you kind of like verify or authenticate that? And then what is qualifying as transportation?
So in our recommended model legislation, we suggest that it can only be a pay for fee service, so that you can't have your brother taking the kid there to the school every morning and then reimbursing your brother for that. It really has to be a pay for fee service. Sometimes private schools will actually establish a service if there are several parents from an area who want to be able to come to the school. They'll pool that resource and then charge people for it. Beyond that, there are, of course, other pay for fee services for kids to go. It is more problematic, obviously, in a rural area where you're not going to have that.
Levi, so you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Jensen, could you elaborate a little bit on, I was intrigued by the slide you shared with sort of the programs by state. I think I saw Florida on there 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
And then a subsequent state or a subsequent slide, I think showed Florida at a 100% of state aid, which has me either thinking that some end up having to supersede or others, or you could potentially get above 100% if you end up stacking these. Could you elaborate on how that operates in Florida specifically? I know that's a very popular state in sort of the school choice discourse. And I'm just sort of intrigued on how that, would work with 100% reimbursement and having sort of multiple layers.
Yep. So you notice on one of the slides, I said there was more than 70 of these programs of one type or another around the country, and there's 31 states. What has happened is some states created a program for either a particular region or a particular student segment, and that went well. And so then they created another program, and that went well. Then they created another program. Florida is actually in the process right now of consolidating the 4 programs that they have into one. So they had 2 tax credit programs. They had a special education voucher program, and they have an ESA program. They are slowly but surely migrating all the students to the ESA program now. You cannot stack aid in Florida to get more than 100%. and they have different amounts based upon whether you are a general education student or a special education student. So it varies, but you get about 100% of what you would have gotten had you been attending a public school. There are a couple of states that do allow stacking. And in general, those are states where the state share of the per pupil spending is very low. And so they're trying to figure out a way to increase that amount. Pennsylvania, Arizona, and I know there's another state that allows it, but they're all sort of moving towards these education savings account programs, and they're not allowing stacking with regards to the ESA programs.
As a quick follow-up, you know, particularly you'd mentioned students with special needs, and I know that's a topic we have discussed a lot. It's come up in some of the stakeholder, you know, feedback groups. So how, if they can't stack, how does that work if it's 100%? You know, it seemed like then it means that they're the same. Could you elaborate that, or is it not 100% for general ed students, or how does that work?
So it is every state funds special education differently. And so it's sort of hard to have a exact same standard across the country. But what we want people to shoot for is that whatever money the state would have provided to educate that child, special education child at a public school, should now follow them to the school of their choice. Different states calculate that in different ways. And so in Wisconsin, while we don't have an ESA program, we do have a special education a voucher program. And schools can either take a flat amount, which is the statewide average, or if a student has a profound set of disabilities, then they can essentially get, we have a program for public schools who are working with students with profound disabilities, and they get a higher aid amount. So you can either get the 14,000 flat amount, or you can appeal and say, here's the cost of educating this child. And the state then provides, I think, something like 80% of those costs to a public school, and so that would now be available at a private school as well. In Florida, the way they do it is every special education child in the state, when they get their IEP, they are put into one of 5 categories, and each of those categories has a different level of funding. That is true if they go to a public school or if they go to a private school. So it's a little different in every place, but the goal is that the investment in the education of a special education student be the same, regardless of what school the parent has chosen for them.
Makes complete sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To go a little deeper into that, can you talk to me a little bit about, so of course there's certain qualifying factors for an IEP, right? And how do you, and this is probably like a deeper question that maybe isn't necessarily relevant, but is relevant, but how do you prevent over identification of students, right? To not essentially trigger the additional funding, right? While at the same time, you have general ed students that are not showing gains or showing growth and success who would benefit from additional services and supports. So is there like some of the distinguishing factors there, or can they help me process through that a little bit?
So the problem you describe is true whether or not you have a private school option, right? Because it's also true for public schools. If they over-identify, depending on your state's aid formula, they get more money by identifying more students with special needs. Different states have tried to handle that problem in different ways. In some places, the state doesn't pay the full amount. Some of it is shared locally. So that's a disincentive to over-identify because you're going to have to put some of your own local property tax revenues in it. Florida is different, and they actually have, essentially, they have a statewide system for identifying students and giving them IEPs rather than the local school district, so that it is uniform across the state and they don't have this over-identification problem. But that's kind of rare. I think most states just believe that because some of the money will be coming from property tax revenues, school districts will not intentionally over-identify.
I can follow up. I think this is related to Representative Richter's conversation about funding the student or funding the service. And I think that goes back to his statement that I wrote down, funding students and not systems. It's maybe a little flipped on that, but I think in the special ed space, how do we ensure that there's enough funding to ensure students have access to the service without having maybe some of these, I don't know, I'm just thinking a lot out loud. Thank you so much.
Okay,
I got a couple questions. Are there any states now that have implemented this? They've seen the growth and now are looking at how are we gonna continue to fund it? Because there's not funds at a state level to do that. And then I am interested in like, how do you audit? What does that mean when we say we're auditing to make sure, one, the services that are in the marketplace, for example, are truly getting the outcomes we want, and that the people that are entering into that are utilizing it how it was intended. So those are general, just kind of some ideas on those.
okay. So, wait, one was the audit question. The first question was,
Like, are there states that now are, I mean, Arizona's
Oh,
one that
the
comes to
growth.
mind.
Yes,
Like, have they
absolutely.
went backwards and now they're in a tough spot? Because the last thing you want is to now we're providing this wonderful service for kids and it's working and now we're gonna yank that away because we can't fund it.
So I do think that when states have gone to universal programs, they have in some cases underestimated the popularity of the program. And so they get more applications than they'd ever thought they were going to get. And for states that pass their law in a way with like, we'll fund whoever applies, they have gone over budget. Then they've come back and appropriated additional funds for it. The smart answer, I believe, is to for the legislature to appropriate X amount of dollars for this. Then you don't go over budget, right? At some point, you might have a waiting list. Then hopefully the legislature would consider coming back and funding the waiting list. But that's one way, as a former legislator, I would say that you can make sure that you can control your costs, is that you say in year one, we're going to have $25 million available for this program. In year two, it's going to be 30 million. We do have a lot of data from other states, so I think we can give you information about what the growth curve is dependent upon the type of program you have and what kind of student populations that you would be admitting. In the state of Arizona, this is I'll try to be as objective as I can here. There's a Democratic governor who ran against the program. There's a liberal think tank in the state that has said, my goodness, this thing was so popular. It is costing us so much money that it's putting the state into deficit. And the governor repeated that argument. And then the Republican superintendent of public instruction said, well, wait a minute, I just reported closed my books for the last year, and we have a $4.3 million surplus. So my agency did not go in the hole. We're not contributing to the state deficit. It's other agencies that are doing that. And the legislative budget committee came back and said, actually, the program saves the state money. So there are people making arguments about whether or not the ESA program, because it has been so popular, is causing financial problems for the state. The Democrats are saying yes. The Republicans are saying no. The nonpartisan legislative budget committee says no.
So the other part, just real quickly, is like, again, how are you auditing the services, the program, to make sure that it's being used as appropriate?
So they audit both a random audit of individual accounts. And so an auditing entity comes in and takes a look at what parents spent the money on. Was the money all spent on eligible expenses? Somehow did the system make a mistake and allow a parent to purchase something that wasn't an eligible expense? And when they do that, they find just infinitesimal amounts of mistakes like that. The state then can go back and recover the money and say, hey, wait a minute, you bought something you weren't allowed to buy. Again, the financial technology is supposed to prevent that. So there's very little of that occurring. Essentially, it's only things that were pre-approved by the state. So they look at random of individual accounts, and then they also review the financial technology company's decision-making and make sure that the things that they are approving are ones that were in the state law or the state rules about eligible expenses. And there are arguments about that. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, there are things that can look to some people like an appropriate education expense and to other people as not. And you know, that the key there is for the state to be as clear as possible. So most states issue a handbook or they have something online which very clearly describes what is eligible and what is not.
Scott, hi, Shane Gettle here. How are you?
I'm doing great, Shane.
Good. We've had discussion here about using the marketplace model in which service providers and vendors would be out there. Can you talk a little bit about how the states sort of qualify first, the vendors that might be providing tuition-based services, and then the review period and consequences if somebody fails to meet what the state has put down as criteria for being a vendor or service provider in the first place?
Okay. So in most states for private schools, the state requires that they either be accredited or in the process of accreditation. And it's important that it not just be already accredited schools, but those in the process of accreditation, because you won't get any new entrants if it's just already existing accredited schools. Then it means another school for a startup would have to be it takes about 3 years to be accredited. They would have to be out there operating for 3 years before they could even start accepting students from the program. It will be quite a barrier to new entrants to the marketplace, but you don't want it to be wide open, right? So if someone is in the process of being accredited, as you know, their school is under a microscope by the accrediting agency right from the start, and they watch them over a period of 2 to 3 years. They're looking at all sorts of things at the school. If they feel they're off track, they will cut them off right away. And even if the group is trying to shop from one accrediting agency to the other, the state can see that. And so you can draw a line there as to what schools are eligible there. For other educational providers, it becomes more difficult. But we would suggest that if for tutoring, that you would either be a teacher at a public school or a private school with a license from the state, or a retired teacher who has a license from the state. And so that there's some sort of accreditation there. Some states actually license tutors. I don't know about North Dakota, but some states actually license tutors as well. So that's another example of a way you've got some sort of existing credential to work off of. So the legislation that I'm working on in another state says that somebody either has to have a license or demonstrate to the administrative agency that they have the skills to teach this subject. It might be because they're a university professor in math. They don't walk around with a teaching license, but they'd probably be able to teach math.
This is Senator Aspen. Can you speak to, so Shane kind of asked about some of the details of marketplace, but when you went through that list of states with ESAs, so we've seen ESAs grow so quickly, how has now the growth of the marketplace model within ESAs shaped the growth and expansion of ESA programs? So how many of these states are now rolling into the marketplace model of ESA versus other models, and how have you seen kind of the new phase, the marketplace growth occur across the nation?
So I think what we've seen is that in the initial years, most parents use their ESA to pay tuition at a private school. Over time, they begin to explore the other opportunities that are available. also over time, new entrants begin to offer services that parents find enticing. So in Florida, who's been at it for a while, they've had a bunch of teachers coming out of COVID, public school teachers coming out of COVID who said, I've just kind of had it with this system here. I want to teach the way I want to teach. And I'm going to essentially create a micro school. And I'm going to offer my services in these three subjects to students. And the students with an ESA can buy that time or those classes from her. And so what you're seeing is so a combination of students who might have been homeschooled who now like, well, we'd like to be able to take math classes from Mrs. Peterson. And a bunch of kids do that together. Or they might take all of their classes and there's 2 or 3 teachers there teaching all the kids together. So we're seeing the development of more micro schools. We're seeing those micro schools push into rural areas. We're seeing those schools sort of focus on particular topics. Some of them are environmental schools. Some of them are agriculture oriented. Some of them are science oriented. Lots of different things that are out there. So, but initially people just buy the products that are already on the shelf. And it's a while before producers are creating new products and parents are willing to, experiment and try something different.
One more for you, Scott. You mentioned briefly the micro schools popping up in rural areas. Have you seen anything else as the marketplaces and offerings on marketplaces are growing in other states that also tailors and has been helpful for other rural communities?
We are seeing partnerships. So there have been some examples of well, not just micro schools, but people like taking classes at the college through it. We've seen groups of schools get together and offer things. I think those would be sort of some of the examples. So you've got new entrants, new schools, but then you've also got people trying to find ways either online or by grouping with other folks to offer a class that they couldn't normally offer. There might be a school in the area, but they can't possibly have a physics teacher or teacher in Mandarin. So 3, 4 schools get together and offer that. It might be public schools as well as private schools. And then kids in rural areas can then access those particular classes. I think you'll see sort of over time a disaggregation in some cases of classes in that of education rather than buying a whole package. People can be able to buy individual classes. We have seen some smart public schools who have gone out and said, well, we've got some fantastic classes that no private school in the state is offering. We're going to sell them to students who have an ESA. And they might be private school students in general, but they can buy this classroom. They don't get counted in the enrollment at that school, but the school says our class is $400 or whatever, and you can buy that from them.
Hi, Scott, it's Joey Nicole. I wanted to ask a question. I know we were discussing the Arizona as an example, as being very popular. And so I'm curious as to whether or not there are programs that are popular, but in whether or not that popularity actually aligns with parent and community satisfaction. Are those cases where there is alignment or where there's not alignment?
I didn't hear what the second half of your alignment was, so popular and
Whether or not the programs are popular and if there's alignment with parent and community satisfaction.
oh, well, so when we do parental satisfaction surveys in these states, the satisfaction numbers are, I think the lowest number we've ever had is 89%. Parents are, when they get to choose, they are much, much happier. Even if the choice might not be, you can argue about which one is the better school. I think it's typical if people get to choose what they want rather than the government telling them this is what we're offering, people tend to have a higher satisfaction rate. But the numbers are very high for parental satisfaction around the country. Another point I'd like to make that's somewhat related is there has to be some structure on these programs, but you don't want too much, or you're just going to create the same product that you already are offering to parents. So you've got to allow for some flexibility there. I think Florida is a state, Iowa is another state that have done a really good job of trying to balance those two things, and I would encourage you to look at those programs in particular. Arizona is one with less of those restrictions and a wider variety of options, but there are, people raise questions about some of the ways in which parents are using the resources there.
Thank you.
This is Senator Axton. Since you've seen so many of these ESAs, and we've heard from, a lot of previous presenters that so far in the country, in the national landscape, that to access ESA funds, you have to first opt out of the public school education funding system, which led this group to say, if we go down this path in North Dakota, the best framework we think would be to do something different and allow the funds also to be used with students who opt into public school funding. So just to reaffirm, after you've seen now all these other states, would we be the only state to allow that?
So you would be the first state to have a single program that allows children to access funds for use at their public school. So for public school students to do it, for private school students, and for homeschool students. Some states do have programs where they provide a supplemental amount that is parent directed for public school students. Many of those came up during the pandemic. In Texas, I worked on a bill for special education students at public schools because during the pandemic, many of those services those kids needed were not available to public school. The public school was shut down. And so the state gave out or initially $1,500 grants to parents to go out and buy the services that their kid was missing. The program was so popular, the legislature came back. They would start out with federal funds. They then put more federal money in it. When it ran out of that, because the program was so popular, the legislature started putting state funds into it. And then eventually the next year, they made the program permanent and they created 2 classes. So students with higher or more profound disabilities got a higher dollar amount. That program is very popular. Other states have them for kids who fall behind in reading. They can get a grant to go out and take classes and get tutoring essentially to get caught up in reading, because if a kid can't read at grade level, it's pretty hard to learn a lot of subjects. And so the states have given up these reading mini ESAs to people. The state of Idaho has a program where when you enter high school, you get a grant for $4,000 that is in the equivalent of an ESA account, and the parent can use it to purchase over the next 4 years anything that they need for career or college preparation. So if you want to become a welder, or a CNA, you can use the money to go get that credential, or you can use it to take college prep classes or start taking college classes. So you start college with a head start. So there are a lot of these sort of supplemental programs for public school students that are parent directed. It's just nobody's ever put them all together. So you'll be the first that every student in the state, regardless of where they're presently being educated, a public school, a private school, or a home school, has the ability to access some funds to supplement their education.
Thinking that I'm. Anyone else?
Can I ask a third one?
I'm just gonna ask for 30 on the public school special ed ESA. Is that anything outside of what's already provided by the public school? So it's on
Yeah.
top of? Okay.
It's on top of, it's just parent directed. So the other ones are essentially provided by the public school because those are the services they've chosen to provide for special education. In Texas and in a couple other places, there's an additional amount that parents can direct the spending on their own towards services that the state has approved and that their public school is not offering.
Okay, and then, sorry, another question. When states are establishing their ESA in the marketplace, right? Through a marketplace model, I guess I'll say, is it wiser? I don't know if that's a word. Is it smarter to start with less and then continually expand? Meaning, right, like some of the things that were on that list, to me, I always call them, it's like stuff, right? Like, oh, we can buy all the computers and all this stuff, but does that really impact learning outcomes? Do you kind of see, do they go all in, or do they start to kind of slowly, gradually expand what's offered in the marketplace over time? Do you have a recommendation or any thoughts there?
So, this is the American political system, right? We have 50 states. Each of them does things a little bit differently. So in general, states have had the same list of eligible expenses at the start of the program. But Iowa, a state that I suggested you take a look at, they actually chose to say that in the first year, so they're phasing in over 3 years, and they have a tuition first model in that a parent has to essentially buy private school tuition first, then they can go and spend money on other things that are on the eligible list. So, I mean, people have tried different ways, but in general, they've had a standard list from the start of what eligible expenses are in an ESA.
Question about special education unit. Are those units then, do they get supplemental state funding too, or is it completely reliant on number of students who come and the special ed dollars that those students bring with them? Is there a mechanism to ensure that they'll have the services in place if they don't have the number of enough students to pay for the services?
So, it kind of depends upon where you are in school. So if you're a public school student and you have the ability to get those supplemental resources, you're getting the things that were supposed to be provided and the ability to buy additional ones. If you were at a private school, a student with special needs at a private school has access to the services a public school district is offering for special education. They don't have to offer everything, but they have to take that federal money that they get, and they have to provide services to students who are at private schools. So they would continue to get those just because the federal money is supposed to go for that purpose, but they would have use the ESA for anything else that they would want to buy for their student. If you're a homeschool student, you don't get any of those federally mandated services.
Senator Axman, kind of touching on what Maria spoke about is how do we know those supplies are actually moving the needle on student outcomes? Have you seen states, use the marketplace as an effective measure to maybe have the monetary support go to supporting services rather than supplies, like have it directed more towards services rather than, have you seen any states effectively do that?
No. I think in general, states are reluctant to sort of make the choices for parents. What I think we will see over time, though, is the development of what you might call as like almost like a parent concierge. Someone who this is a new idea for parents, right? Most parents are like, the reason they start out with just buying tuition the first year is because they never had this sort of choice available. They don't know how to shop for some of these things because they've never done that before. They just got what they got from the public or private school that they were at. So over time, I think as a marketplace develops, I think there will be folks who will be in the space of kind of educating families about what their options are, what what the highest quality options are available, what the most effective ones have been. And over time, people will avail themselves of those services.
I think to that point, I guess you framed it a lot better than I did, but I think the person-to-person connection, the service connection, I think is a lot more attractive to sell as a concept versus buying stuff.
Yep.
Because I think that just opens the door to just like way too many variables, and I think it needs to be about like a direct service line. Yeah.
I agree, Marianne. One thing I
So-
think is so appealing about a service-based marketplace is that it drives innovation of new services to come and new private entities to come and offer and create and develop services that match student needs. And so I think if we have the money continually flow towards supplies, we might not spur as much innovation of new services. So I'd like to maybe explore thinking as we dig through legislation of like, is there a way to try to have it spur innovation of services rather than supplies?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a question of does the parent know best what their child needs, or does the state or some education expert know what would be a smarter choice for the parent to make? So I understand that there's value in both of those arguments, and that experts can provide advice to parents. So in other states, what we have been trying to do, both in Florida, which already exists, and in a program we're trying to create in Texas, we not only have the financial technology folks, the state contracts with some financial technology people to deal with the financial transactions that are out there, but they also contract with someone to do the parent outreach and education and helping parents through the system, making sure they understand what all of their options are, and providing them with guidance about what are either popular or effective options based upon the academic accountability that they've implemented in Florida.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask one more. Okay, so are there any structures in states in which the ESA is the last payer? So for example, if like Medicaid can be reimbursed for a service, right? Or someone's insurance can be reimbursed for a service, like if I take my kid to OT, that can be reimbursed, or somewhat covered by my insurance versus through the ESA. Do you know any structures in which the ESA is then kind of that last payer?
With regards to, on the list of eligible expenses was therapies. In most of the states, the language for that says that you can't use your ESA to pay for something that either the state Medicaid program or some other state programs or private insurance was going to cover. So most of them have that, which I guess would be the equivalent of what you're saying, is that you couldn't use the ESA money for that if someone else was able and willing to pay for that.
Anything else?
No, I don't know. Yeah, good questions.
Thank you, Scott, so much for joining us today and helping answer our wide range of questions. Appreciate your insight.
Great, and we're happy to continue to be an information source for you. If people have questions, I'm sure that the task force can let people know how I can be reached, and we can get you the answers to other questions about other states' programs or about recommended ways of putting together programs like this. And I wish you well on trying to be the first state in the country to have this sort of tripartite model.
Thank you. And before we break, I do have, he shared some information a little bit more in detail on micro schools. So if you want more information, feel free to grab one from here. Michelle or Julie, anything before lunch?
No, I'm happy to share some lunch logistics. So we have a handful of options just sitting right outside the door here. We've got, I believe,
a choice of turkey, ham, or roast beef sandwiches. And we have, about 45 minutes. for lunch. So we'll come back together around 12:30 for our final time together today.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You just got pump up. Pump up music for us. We need, I was gonna say, like, after lunch jam.
Oh, is this not? Do we have copies that we can send to Levi of these three that we're gonna dig through so he can, okay, yes, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know why this isn't. It's like. Sorry, y'all, we're having a little technical difficulties with our owl. Okay, there we go. Okay.
There we Levi, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, great.
All right, great.
Jaleel is gonna email you, the pieces of legislation that we're gonna dig into in our small groups. So if you see anything that you like or dislike when we come back together, I'll have you, share that as well. That's all right?
That sounds great.
All right, we're gonna spend some more time back in small groups and we'll give Senator Oxton, I'll give you a minute. Okay. Find here. Well, we had a couple for folks who are watching on the live stream, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty with our meeting now, but now it's back online. So we'll get going in just a second.
Okay, sent you that third one that's been here for the Levi.
Okay, I think we're gonna stick with the same groups if you guys are okay with that, for this next breakout, and we're gonna start as the agenda shows in digging through three, correct me, three or two? Or, well, first for the charter.
Oh, sorry, I have two. Sorry,
Plus then the generic model. Okay, so three charter school pieces of legislation. We have Minnesota's, the birthplace of charter schools. Idaho, they just revamped their legislation, so kind of interesting to look at. And then a generic model charter school legislation. So if you take into consideration the feedback that we heard this morning and that we kind of summarized in our small groups, continually as we page through these as a group, think about which levers are in these that help answer the feedback from the stakeholder groups we had this morning. So then highlight, take notes, and then same thing, we'll funnel it back up through multiple spokespeople or one spokesperson from each group. Any questions on that?
All right. Okay, this is
Just trying to keep an eye on time so y'all can head out at, 1:45.
Yeah, go to the next one.
Oh.
Yes.
Seven.
Do you want us, our group to go first this time? Well, we'll jump. Maria, are you okay if we go first this time? I know you do such a great job. You summarize your group so well. So now I'll have to summarize my group this time. Okay, so we started off looking at Minnesota's part of legislation, and I think one thing we thought was interesting is even the difference in length between in detail, right? So drastically different. But one thing we did like about Minnesota is that they continually reference back to the subsection of code that drives their public schools. So instead of having all of this different language, they relied on the fact that they are public schools. And so they follow the same guidelines as their public schools with few caveats. So the important few caveats were in here, but otherwise they drive it back to saying as per section blank, which is their public school areas of code. So I think that was good. The line, when we talked about when we heard the feedback from stakeholders and community members that they don't want it to become athletically driven things, we actually had an interesting conversation. Representative Heiner brought out, like, well, what if they are, we keep using the example, like, we don't want the hockey academy, right? But what if they're still a very academically driven school, but they also have a specialized hockey training after school? Is that, maybe we retain students. So I think they had an interesting way of saying it in this one where they say, where they have to submit the school program, the specific academic and non-academic outcomes that pupils must achieve. So if it's a performing arts, if it's a language, if it has specific mission focused things, you're making sure they submit their academic goals, but also if they are a mission specific school, that's on the side as well. So it's like commonly known, but also still focused on academics. Because I think we spoke about how that's a fine line, right? If you say that you only focus on academics, are we saying then that a charter school who likes to also offer more opportunities for students in performing arts, how do we not close opportunities like that, but still drive the fact that these have to focus on student outcomes as well? So I thought that was an interesting way that they worded that may help kind of guide schools to do both. Okay, then going through them, if you look at page 2 of Minnesota's, there was a line under section 4C that basically said the charter school must design its programs to meet the outcomes adopted by what would be the superintendent of public instruction, including the world's best workforce schools under section blank. And I thought that was an interesting way to structure it where, because ours now are course ready. And so that way it helps charter schools realize, they are a public school, so their outcomes should also be driven by what we set under code as our choice ready outcomes. So that way it can help guide without too strictly guiding, so that we're making sure that they align with public school goals. So I thought that would be something that may work in North Dakota, since we have already our choice ready outcomes written into code. The financial accountability piece, I think, was interesting, how even the fee is so laid out so differently across different states. One thing that we realized that maybe Minnesota had a really detailed, I guess, procedure and policy for non-renewal or termination. And Representative Heiner brought up, well, that's probably because they were the first one, and so they've learned. Like, they've seen it happen a bunch, which is, I think, really great to learn from them. So I'm guessing they've had to deal with it, and that's where this has grown over time to help ensure if there is a termination or non-renewal, that the students and the families are still taken care of. So we liked their detailedness and how they went about drafting procedures for non-renewal or closure. When we looked at you know, the sample model one, I think we thought a lot of that in Idaho as well, is just too, you know, too lengthy in terms of how they spell it out. I don't know if you guys felt the same, but we thought, okay, like, it's just, these are public schools, so let's have them operate as a public school with a few caveats that we need because they are different, such as they have their own board, they have this, so make a few admin rules that help them operate in the way they're designed to, but yet have it continually driven back to the legislation and already within code for public schools. So that was kind of one of our main takeaways is don't get too complicated as some of these do and just continually to drive it back to our already public school code. So anything to add? Okay. Did your group come up with any other big takeaways from the 3 samples?
I think I'll let everybody else share too. In the Minnesota one, I like that they had a 5-year accreditation model, which matches what we have. Agnia, without spelling that out, then that's a good thing. The Minnesota one, I'd be interested in more. It's 32 years that they've been doing it. And I know most of their charters started in the metro or urban areas. There's very little out into the rural. So I think there's probably things we could ask of lessons learned and like, why didn't that happen in some of those areas? Because I mean, once you get outside the metro area, Minnesota does look somewhat like North Dakota in terms of rural. And then I also like that they were being evaluated on fiscal, operational, and academics. So it was spelled out pretty well. For the Idaho one, a couple things. I don't think it needs to be in the law, but I did like if you're going to apply, here's the things in your application, and then here are the specific outcomes. And if you looked at the outcomes in Idaho, they're almost identical like the outcomes we have in North Dakota and probably anywhere else, from academic test to choice ready, all those things. If you noticed in the Idaho one, I thought was interesting. You know, we've had discussions that we're not necessarily interested in like a virtual option, but they spell out what the difference is between an in-person charter and a virtual charter very clearly. They also were real specific about enrollment. And I thought that was really interesting from if you don't enroll enough kids or if you enroll enough, it's a lottery. The percent of kids that can reflect your economically disadvantaged. They were very detailed. And I think those are things that maybe don't go in the law if that's where we end up going, but we need to make sure that we are crystal clear on. Then the other thing that we talked a little bit about, because this is something we were really adamant on, is if you look, Idaho said you don't have to be a certified public teacher, but it was only in CTE, so it's very similar to our permit process that we have in North Dakota. But it looked like theirs went on in perpetuity, where ours is after 5 years, that permit would go away unless you've gone on to get full certification. And then probably one thing we caught in there was if you're a public charter school teacher, that counts as years of experience if you go back into a regular public school system. So that makes me think they're part of the teachers' retirement program, where when we had the 1%, they said often it's different. So just a little thing that we caught in there. It's a lot, 20-some pages. So those are a couple of our things. Please share others.
I did forget, I highlighted one section. We also, I guess, spoke about the lottery as well, and I think either in admin rules or laid out in code, it is important to say how if we max capacity, how then the lottery system works. One other thing we saw in the model language was on page 17, where it said it does not preclude the formation of public charter schools for the purpose of serving students with disabilities, students of the same gender, students who pose a sufficiently severe disciplinary problem to warrant a specific educational program, or students who are at risk of academic failure. I thought that was interesting how they even spelled it out in code to ensure that, you know, they knew when we talked about how do we help the inclusivity problem rather than prevent it. So, but I think Dr. Steiner, you bring up a good point. What all needs to be in code versus what needs to be in admin rules as well. You brought up the virtual public charter schools. Our group spoke about that a little bit. And I don't know if any of you have dug into any data on results of charter schools, but charter schools do have academic gains that have now been shown in recent data to have positive academic gains. However, a lot of the recent data is showing some of the virtual charter schools actually have not quite as great academic outcomes. And so we thought, some of these say they have to have headquartered in North Dakota, but we talked about matching our public schools where they, and not having just a straight allowance for virtual charter schools, that if they do, they could operate a virtual school in alignment with their brick and mortar branch, so that we're not having sole virtual charter schools, because I don't know if the data shows that would be a benefit to our students, so.
Again, I'm just gonna talk kind of overall on all of them, mostly, regarding some thoughts on funding. I think there needs to be a lot of thought put into funding of, however you do it. Because of the wide array of state aid that goes to school districts. So if you look at how some of these funded, well, and like he said, we use the state average. Well, if you use the state average and somebody puts charter school in Watford City, charter school is gonna get more money than the Watford City Public School is gonna get state funding. So you can't do that. But at the same time, if you take a number that is, would work in Billings County, nobody's gonna open a charter school in Fargo for that amount of money. So it has to be, and I don't have the answer, but just as we look forward, as you look into it. And also, we have to consider that in our funding formula, we take, it's based on the PICUS report that's broke down categorically by things. And so in our funding formula, whatever the percentage is for capital and things like that. And I'm reading in some of these documents that, we're gonna use local levies. And I know one of them says you can't use local levies, but some of them are, here's what the dollars are gonna be. Well, if we take the state average or we take some average, now you're using local levies. And you're using funding that is coming from the local property tax owners to pay for public schools is going to, so there's the rub, I reckon. If that student goes to a public school, they get their state aid plus all this other revenue. If that student goes to a charter school, that local revenue doesn't follow that student. That local revenue follows the school. And so what you're really getting back into that charter school or whatever the school is you have to put in the state aid payment, plus you have to increase it by that revenue that locally generated and counted as the per pupil. And so you end up paying more state dollars into that situation than you actually do into the private school, because you're making up the local, especially if I read someplace where all capital, which includes building fund, all of those things. So you're making up the state dollars, but the local taxpayers. So the way I look at that from a funding standpoint is the property taxes and in lieu of taxes that are generated for a school district stay in that public district. And granted, the charter is a public, it doesn't, I don't know if you write, well, they get that percentage of local property tax too. And then you divvy that up. But I don't know if legislatively we can say that to Grafton, your property tax is gonna go to a charter school. I don't know that we can say that. The taxpayers, the voters in Grafton can say that. So it could go to a vote and say, you want your dollars to go to this? And they can say yes, or they can say no. So I think as how to fund gets looked at, but I think those things need to take, and like I said once before, I don't think it's as easy a answer as,
I agree, Representative Gray, they're public schools, but because of the way we structure the funding formula and state aid versus local, it's complicated. And so where is that ground of making sure that the funding is sufficient to properly educate the students, but also not pull more from the state and pull more from the local district? So, that's something that may be unique to our state when we look at all these other states and how it's funded. Easy to just say they're public schools, but not that easy.
Sorry, I had to step out, but and maybe you already brought this up, Tori, but our biggest question was just governance. So I think we need better clarity on the governance structure, and who does what and how that flow chart works. Because there's a lot of fancy words in here and a lot of definitions, but I think the clarity of who oversees who and who decides what and who's accrediting what and authorizing it. I mean, I think that clarity is important. I think the other piece that you had said, I mean, while I'm sure that this works for Idaho, this is extremely, this is just a lot. And again, while I understand, maybe they're trying to put more guardrails on, I think part of the intent, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you know a lot about public charters, but I think part of it is to try to reduce some of the red tape, and this does not seem like that. And then I think the other piece that we noticed is just making sure there is, again, the accountability piece is pretty clear in this Idaho one. But again, and they have a performance-based accountability. To our conversation this morning, what does that look like? And then when you talk about approving or not approving their application again, or their authorization to remain, I think it just gets into the bigger question of just education in general and ensuring that all of our students are being served well. So I'm having a little bit trying to figure out what that process looks like. If we add another.
You brought up authorizer. Did anyone in either group have like specific thoughts? We kind of talked about some states how they have the full authorizing board that has a lot of members with, terms and details to their terms and how they appoint those members versus some just have their authorizer being their superintendent of public instruction. And I know that depends on states if they're elected, if they're appointed. Did you guys talk about that at all or have any thoughts?
Well, the only thing is I don't know why, because I had a lot of questions about that. I mean, it gave options for you, but it still doesn't help me understand, like, then who accredits, again, I would assume, right, that the Department of Public Instruction that would accredit them, but then there's an authorizer making decisions for who holds the charter, but then it comes back to the question of who's ultimately then holding the charter accountable. And so is it the authorizer? Is it the accreditor? And then, yeah, it's a whole matrix, and our drawing didn't work. So we need a new drawing.
Thank you. This is more of a question. It's not more of a question, it is a question. Charters are public schools. They're public school charters. So does then that mean when I think of a public school, a lot of public schools will belong to a virtual CTE center, a regional CTE center, a special ed unit, an REA, other things that I've missed in there, the ITB consortiums. So charter schools being public schools can belong to all of those entities also, or does it have to be spelled out that they can belong to those if they so choose?
To be honest, I don't know if you have to spell it out or the lack of spelling it out means they're allowed to. So we'd have to look into that because some of those things are also unique to North Dakota. So we may not find that in the examples of other states. some of that can be handled through administrative rules processes rather than continually spelling it out, because we may have new organizations that grow, and so then instead of continually having to add them to century code, maybe we'd be better off having the allowance or non-allowance to join those certain organizations be spelled out in a different area. But to be honest, I'm not sure how every state does it, if they specifically list all of them as being allowed or not allowed, or if they leave room for interpretation. I don't know.
I guess or if it's just assume that since they're public school.
Yeah.
They automatically get to belong.
And I think that's where it is hard, because yes, they are, but then, they don't have the school board, they have their own board. So there are going to be innately some differences. So then what side of differences do those organizations fall on? And then you brought up outside like TFFR, some states do that so differently. Can you take part in it, or can you not? So although you don't want it to be like these 30 pages that we saw, I think those are questions that would have to continually ask.
We're at overtime. So. Okay.
Actually, before, I know we're over time on the small group discussion, but since you brought it up as well in your group, the 5-year charter, we had also talked in ours about the possibility of doing a 3-year initial review and then a 5-year follow-up. Just because 5 years, there could be a student who goes through their whole high school experience without being reviewed. So looking to see if any states have done that as a 3-year initial and then a 5-year renewal authorization of their charter. So something that we brought up as well, maybe a possibility, especially as we're new at it. So, okay. So I know we left short thinking through this. So you all have the ESA examples emailed to you as well. So I know this is our last in person, but go ahead and if you have time and there's something that you feel like the framework that we've spoken about in previous meetings, if you find something in there that this would really work for my geographic area, my district, that would fit under the framework and you feel like would have a benefit to your area that you represent as stakeholders, please let us know so we can, I guess, continue to find what would work under the framework that we've already kind of said would work best for North Dakota students and families. So I think, as we heard earlier, North Dakota would be something different and new to have it all under the ESA. So we may not find everything we like in these examples, but I think we will find some that we can tailor to match inside that framework while also meeting the feedback from all the different groups we heard this morning. So I hate assigning homework because it's all voluntary at this point, but if you do see anything in those examples, please continue to update each other and me and just, I guess, continue to see what would work for your individual stakeholder group for that. I want to thank you. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Maria.
Can I go back to the charter conversation?
Well, of course you can.
And I apologize if I stepped out, so maybe I'm repeating something, but Corey and I noticed, even in the Idaho one, I didn't read the other ones because this one was heavy enough, but their admission procedures. And so I think something to consider is it should reflect the local demographics of that public district. Because a lot of times I know, if they become very popular, they have to put in the lottery system, but that lottery system needs to then build up to a cap so that it's reflective of the public school. So I think that would be something, this is maybe a little bit too much, but I think thinking about what that could look like. And then one other thing that we were talking about, I'll think about it and I'll maybe catch you after, but I think that the admission structure is probably something else.
Thank you. Levi, I feel so bad. I completely left you out. Go ahead, Levi. I see your hand.
No, you are just fine, Senator Axman. And actually most of the comments, whether it's licensure, referencing statute for public ed, virtual funding that Representative Richter brought up. I mean, those are all things that I had noted, but especially relevant to, I think, a recent comment you made and what Maria just shared. I think the only thing I would add looking at the sort of just generic model piece of legislation, it had referenced the, a new state board of public education. And despite, serving on that one, I think setting up a new authorizing board would probably just be an unnecessary growth of government. So whether it's sort of retooling the appointment process and the representatives on the current board of public ed, or having, the state authorizer be DPI, I mean, I think there's good discussions to have there, but probably in my mind should be, make a commitment to, one of those two things as opposed to adding, something brand new. And then I think just on the piece of, the hockey academy, and how do we try to leverage this to improve, student outcomes, since these would stay public schools. I think the good discussion about ESAs this morning and how do we try to both, drive outcomes and parental satisfaction is super important. When, it comes to charters, I think, more of the focus should be on how do we better drive outcomes, because I think the financial presentation was pretty compelling that unless those charter schools are serving students that are maybe being left behind by their public school, it does create a financial hardship for those school districts that are losing that enrollment, just the lost efficiencies and, and all of that piece. So, I use the hockey example, and maybe it's not so much on the what they're doing as far as instruction, but, who are they trying to serve as it relates to increasing, our statewide strategic vision and some of those key indicators. I mean, if someone, wants to come in and say, hey, I've got a great plan to help, Native American students increase their graduation rates, and it's going to be through hockey, more power to them, in my mind. So I think just maybe thinking through, and how do we at least dip our toe in the water, trying to start by looking at, clear authorizing language from the legislature in the statute that makes it clear that we want to try to raise the standard in areas where public schools aren't, doing so well, and being less prescriptive on, how they would go about that. But whether it's low income students, students with special needs, students with language, barriers, I think this could be a really interesting way to try to drive some innovation, particularly, and focus on increasing outcomes for, students who aren't being served as well by their public schools. And I think the opportunity for innovation here would be pretty neat to explore. And then I think the argument, from public schools, saying, well, this is, draining our resources. It's one thing if it's a student leaving just to go to a school that's more aligned with their interests. It's another thing if, they're leaving a school that's not serving them well, to do something that is also aligned to their interests and helping them succeed. I think that's, probably a point of where I think, the public system could get, or would have a pretty tough time arguing against that, as opposed to, this is choice, but could have a pretty significant cost on our existing public system as well.
Thank you, Levi. I don't know if you can see us, but I think all of us agree with the comment, how you really focus on student outcomes first.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
I really didn't have anything to say. I was just saying.
Oh, we can
Pick it up.
Now you got your mic.
Now I got it on. I mean, as you think about going through it, is there, with the enabling language, is there also something that can be put in that would, and I might be wrong, Levi, because I didn't hear you very well, but could the public school, and we had somebody tell us that public schools can have charters? Or did I totally make that up?
No, you
Well,
did
they
not make that up.
Yeah.
There were two authorizers.
The
What we
district.
heard was the school district could authorize it or the state could authorize it.
Okay,
And so that was, yeah, you heard right.
so do we need to put whatever gets put in, maybe something that's an incentive for a public school to say, what, I'm gonna create this 50 student charter school and focus on this, or focus on this
Yeah.
particular thing.
Levi and Corey, you may have some good input in that because through our state's current policy with innovation, I feel like we almost offer that opportunity already, which is when we spoke about district organized and authorized charter schools. We said, I understand why states are doing that, but as a state, we offer our public schools the opportunity to do that.
So again, this is before my time, but in the wisdom of many leaders, that's essentially what the innovation waiver was designed to do, was to allow for essentially a public charter without calling it a public charter.
Yeah, I mean, it's a school within a school model that 2186 gave us the ability to do among a lot of other things, because it really takes away any barriers that were maybe potentially in place. Ultimately, the question I think that is going to come down to is, if we can do this, then why aren't we? And if there's a group of kids that need to be served differently, then why aren't we? And that then is probably why the conversation of this is in front of us now. What can we do different to meet every kid's needs if we're not able to do that?
Once again, Dr. Steiner coming through with the big philosophical, and I'm gonna let us end on that because I think it's so student focused and I appreciate that. We are officially over our time at 1:45. But I want to thank you all again for taking the time to help share, your expertise from your individual lane of education with us, because we've learned so much as a group. And we've really dug through a lot to try to see if this is something that North Dakota students need or that we can provide to them to help all North Dakota students. So when I think about steps going forward, we're not meeting together as a group again. If you continue to learn things or see things that you'd like to share, reach out to your local legislators. We're gonna, the legislative process will probably take, if there's an avenue for it, that's where it will go from here. So continue to work through your local legislators to provide your input on what you liked, don't like, as you continue to learn and think about what we've all gathered throughout all of our meetings. I'm gonna hand it over to you guys since for any closing, and thank you for coming up to North Dakota. We blessed you with no rain this time so far, good weather. You didn't have to face the monsoon outside like last time. So thank you for traveling to North Dakota and helping facilitate good discussions.
Thank you, Senator Exman, and to all of the task force members for allowing us to come and help facilitate these conversations. I have enjoyed my time in North Dakota. I feel like I am an honored guest here. I will be moving here shortly. Thank you for all of your hard work on this task force, and all of the learning that you all did is very, very important, and student focused is really important. So thank you for that work, and we're so grateful to just be a part of it.
All right. Thank you, guys.
We're done for that. Great. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Just quick logistical note, we have a lot of extra food, including the fruit bowl.
That includes you all.
Yeah.
Sitting over here as well. Please help us take some food home, because Julia and I can't take it on the plane.
We can't take it on the plane. Thanks for joining us, Levi. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Julio. Have a good one.
You want me to put you a sandwich in the mail?
Yeah.
I'll send it to you.